the impact they would have on American citizens and American workers. Now? Well, now government workers and every other American affected by this shutdown have become nothing more than pawns in the Democrats' political games. On Friday, federal workers missed their entire paychecks. The next paycheck for our troops, Mr. President, is in jeopardy. And more than 40 million Americans could lose access to food stamps if the shutdown continues. 40 million. And yet none of it seems to matter to Senate Democrats. The party that once decried the impact of shutdowns on Americans in need, and now apparently content to see 40 million Americans go without food. The senior Democrat senator from Vermont was on TV the other day, and one of the hosts suggested that members of Congress should refuse to take their paychecks during a shutdown. And what did the senior Democrat senator from Vermont say? He said that some members of Congress couldn't afford to go without pay. That's right. That some members of Congress couldn't afford to go without pay. Does he think that other Americans can? The junior Democrat senator from Arizona told NBC News near the beginning of the shutdown that he couldn't afford to miss his paycheck. This was his quote: "I'm not wealthy, and I have 3 kids. I would basically be missing, mortgage payments, rent payments, child support. So it's not feasible, not going to happen," end quote. What on earth does he think is happening to federal workers and other Americans out of work because of the Democrat shutdown? Does he think they don't have mortgage payments, rent payments, school expenses, electric bills? If some members of Congress can't afford to miss a paycheck, how much more is that true for the many workers making a lot less than members of Congress pull down? The junior Democrat senator from Minnesota stated that she would not be foregoing her pay because she's continuing to work. Because she's continuing to work. Do Democrats even hear themselves? She does realize, right, that a lot of other people are continuing to work and have been working without pay now for 4 weeks thanks to her actions and those of her Democrat colleagues. How many of those workers are going to miss their rent payments or mortgage payments before Democrats are satisfied? Shutdowns aren't victimless crimes, the senior Democrat from Virginia said. Less than a year ago, I might add. Well, Mr. President, Democrats' victims are piling up. And Democrats don't look likely to spare anyone anytime soon. In fact, they're freely admitting it. The second-ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives said recently, and I quote, I got it right here, Mr. President. "Of course there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have." But it is one of the few leverage times we have. I guess the Americans currently lining up at food banks can comfort themselves with the knowledge that they're being sacrificed to advance Democrats' political goals. Mr. President, if you ask Democrats the reason for the 180-degree flip in their views on shutdowns, if you challenge them to explain their hypocrisy, I suspect you wouldn't get much of an answer. I suspect that at best Democrats would bleat something about how this shutdown is a special case. Right? A special case. It's always a special case with Democrats. A historic blockade of presidential nominees. Well, that was a special case. Ignore anything that you've ever said about shutdowns, right here on the floor of the Senate. Well, this is a special case. I'll tell you what's actually special about this case, Mr. President. Special about this case is that Democrats' far-left base demanded a showdown with President Trump. And Democrats have abandoned every principle that they possessed relating to shutdowns to give it to their base. And while some Democrats may be privately uncomfortable about all the damage a 4-week shutdown is doing, so far, they're too scared of their base to do anything about it. Mr. President, Democrats claim that this shutdown is about addressing the expiring Obamacare COVID subsidies. But that's not really what this is about. If this was really what this is about, the Democrats would be voting to reopen the government so that we could actually engage in a serious discussion about rising health care costs and how Obamacare has failed to address them. But they're not. Because at the end of the day, Democrats don't want a solution. They want a political issue. And if countless hardworking Americans are sacrificed in the process, of course there will be families that are going to suffer. But it is one of the few leverage times we have. Apparently, that's just fine with the Democrats here in the Senate. Mr. President, we'll be voting once again this week to reopen the government. To reopen the government, restore hardworking Americans' paychecks, protect nutrition programs, support critical services like air traffic control, and that list goes on and on and on. And Democrats will have a 13th chance to vote on a clean, nonpartisan funding bill that will reopen the government. All we need are 5 Democrats to join the 3 who are with us already. And we could have the government open in a matter of hours. It's that simple, Mr. President. The solution is sitting right at that desk. The bill that passed the House a month ago is sitting at this desk and has been now for a month. And we have repeatedly called it up, asked us to vote on it, and every time we get 55 senators voting for it, everybody knows the rules in the Senate require 60. But that bill, with 5 courageous Democrats stepping forward and helping us pass it, could be on the President's desk, signed into law, and this government reopens. It could happen today. It could happen this afternoon. Let's just hope, Mr. President, that somewhere those courageous Democrats exist. Shutdowns, even partial ones, are as devastating as they are stupid. That was what the senior Democrat from Virginia said just last year. So how do you justify what you're doing now? It's up to them, Mr. President. We can do it, and we can do it today. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
Mr. President, open enrollment is 5 days away. Starting this Saturday, tens of millions of Americans face the specter of financial crisis, all while Donald Trump is dancing on the tarmac in Malaysia. Donald Trump may be having a nice time abroad, but people here at home are dreading open enrollment. Insurance plans that cost $300 or $400 a month will suddenly cost $2,000 a month or more, because Republicans prefer to shut the government down over working with Democrats to extend the ACA tax credits. Consequently, the average ACA plan is set to more than double starting next year. The average 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will soon have to pay an extra $22,000 or more just to have health insurance. Imagine the specter. The devastation will be felt across the country, even by Americans with private insurance. They're not exempt. Their insurance is going up quite a bit, too. The rate of people without insurance will spike by the millions. More people will get sick. More people will lose coverage. More people will go bankrupt. More people will die from preventable illness. Americans have never seen a health care like this, the one that's about to begin Saturday, and Donald Trump is nowhere to be found. Americans are going to sit at their kitchen tables Friday, Saturday, Sunday and say, how the heck can we pay these bills? What are we going to do without health insurance? What if our kids get sick? What if we get sick? And there is Donald Trump overseas, not even paying attention to this crisis. Instead of sitting down with Leader Jeffries and me, Trump skipped town for his second foreign trip in less than a month. Open enrollment is just days away, and Trump's message to the American people facing financial disaster is, greetings from Malaysia. Here's what the president needs to do. He should negotiate with Democrats to reopen the government and end the ACA crisis right away. The president should stop focusing on foreign escapades, on ballrooms, on bailouts for Argentina, and start focusing on negotiating with Democrats to lower people's health care costs. But Donald Trump isn't taking this crisis seriously still, as millions of Americans are just frightened, tens of millions, about what will happen. Trump continues to use the American people as pawns. This weekend, we learned that the Trump administration, for instance, ordered the USDA, the Department of Agriculture, not to tap into emergency funds to keep SNAP benefits, food benefits flowing to the states. The very same administration that sent $40 million to Argentina at the drop of a hat to help Trump's MAGA ally is now telling hungry families in America they can't have nutrition funding. What gall! The administration's decision to let SNAP freeze is callous, is cynical, and entirely unnecessary. Donald Trump says there's no money to pay hungry kids' workers, but he's spending $40 billion to bail out Argentina, $300 billion on his vanity ballroom, $172 million on 2 luxury jets for Kristi Noem, hundreds of millions for outfitting his foreign jet, but nothing to help hungry kids. What war priorities? What a bubble this president lives in, apart, away, and not caring about the trauma the American people are facing when it comes to health care. Let's be very clear. The administration is making an intentional choice not to fund SNAP this weekend. The emergency funding is there. The administration is just choosing not to use it. And for those who say the money can't be moved around so easily, that's a load of bunk. If the administration can cough up $40 billion for Argentina, they can find money for SNAP by this Saturday. This administration that all year long has trampled over the rule of law, illegally impounded funds left and right, suddenly says the law won't let them fund SNAP to feed hungry kids? Give me a break. Even Republicans privately know that Donald Trump's SNAP ploy is outrageously cynical. Here's what one House Republican said on the issue. She said, "I find it hard to believe a department with so many slush funds can't find the money for a month of SNAP benefits." That's a quote from a House Republican. So make no mistake, Donald Trump is manufacturing a SNAP crisis instead of working with Democrats to reopen the government and end the health care crisis, which is very, very real for tens of millions of American families. Because after all, what Democrats are pushing for is the same thing what the American people want. Americans want to see their health care premiums go down. Americans want to see the government reopen. They don't want to have to pay an extra $20,000 a year just to have health insurance. And we Democrats want to solve this crisis right away. Lowering health care is not a crazy demand. It's not some left-wing pipe dream, which it seems the Senate Republican leader wants people to believe. It is rather just common sense. And most Americans, even MAGA voters, agree. 55% of those who voted for Trump, want to see the ACA credits extended. But Donald Trump and his Republican colleagues in the Senate, and even more so in the House, are nowhere to be found. So the choice to keep the government open or keep the government closed is entirely in Donald Trump and Republicans' hands. Time is short. Americans are on the brink of a crisis that could send millions and millions of families into financial disaster. Donald Trump and Republicans, meanwhile, are not even here in Washington to deal with the crisis heading straight towards us. Yield the floor. Note the
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President, are we in quorum call?
We are.
Ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Democrat Whip.
Mr. President, a few weeks ago, the Catholic Cardinal and Archbishop of Washington, D.C., gave a homily on the occasion of the annual celebration to honor and support immigrants. He made special note of what is currently happening across America, what he called an unprecedented assault upon millions of immigrant men and women and families in our midst. He said this campaign by this administration against immigrants relies on fear and terror at its core. For the government knows that it cannot succeed in its efforts except by bringing new dimensions of fear and terror to our nation's history and life. Its goal is simple, the Cardinal said, to rob undocumented immigrants of any real peace in their lives so that in misery they will self-deport. I ask unanimous consent that this homily be entered into the record in its entirety.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few days ago, some Jewish rabbis in the Chicagoland area sent a letter to the editor to the Chicago Sun-Times on the same immigration crisis. And they wrote, "On behalf of Jewish clergy serving communities across Chicago and Illinois, we write in opposition to the escalating campaign of fear and repression carried out by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in our cities and suburbs. In recent weeks, these rabbis wrote, ICE has disappeared people, used tear gas in residential neighborhoods, and shot at least 2 residents with live rounds, 1 fatally. At Broadview, agents fired rubber bullets on demonstrators, including clergy members in South Shore. ICE and Border Patrol staged an overnight raid on an apartment building, dragging families from their beds, separating children from parents, and leaving them handcuffed outdoors for hours. I ask unanimous consent that this letter to the editor from the Jewish rabbis in Chicago be printed in its entirety in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I make a point now, since the arrival of the military from President Trump into the Chicago area, to go home each weekend and visit the neighborhoods that are under assault from the ICE agents. I did that last weekend and visited a suburb of Chicago known as Elgin, Illinois. People have heard of it, I'm sure. It's the 6th largest city in our state. The mayor, Dave Captain, is a true bipartisan man. No surprise, he's been mayor for almost 12 years. He's a good mayor and a good person, and we met in his office and talked about what's going on. Elgin was one of the first targets of President Trump and ICE. They sent in the agents in the early morning hours, along with Secretary Noem of the Department of Homeland Security. They broke down a door to a home, raided it by removing the family and accusing one of the occupants of being undocumented. There was no allegation made that these people were dangerous criminals, nor was there any question that they are the worst of the worst, in Donald Trump's words. You remember how many times he gave speeches at his rallies talking about these people that are now being disappeared by ICE? Remember how he referred to them? Rapists, murderers, terrorists, sexual predators, criminally insane. It turns out that of all the people that they've arrested and detained and disappeared, 70% of those by ICE, 70% of those have no criminal record whatsoever. So what is actually happening? The Cardinal from the District of Columbia and the Jewish rabbis know, and we all know. It is a reign of terror from this administration, not to make America safer, but to make sure that people who weren't born here leave. But unfortunately, if you're a student of history, you know that's the story of America. Immigrants who came to this country seeking freedom and opportunity and making this a great nation. My family tells that story. I'm sure most of the people listening to my voice can tell the same story. But what's going on now is a reign of terror. I went to a section of Chicago known as Little Village. And Little Village is primarily Mexican American, and it's a great community. Miles and miles of shops and stores and restaurants. When I visited with them on Friday, they were largely empty. One fellow with a grocery store told me 50% of the customers have disappeared. Why? Because they're afraid. They're afraid to leave their homes. For what? To be arrested, to be detained, to disappear? Oftentimes we're asked to try to find someone who has been detained and get little or no cooperation from the federal agencies. These are the tactics of dictators in faraway countries, not American due process. But that is the reality of what we're facing. I asked the mayor of Elgin what he thought about the population, the Hispanic population in his town. He said, Senator, 50% of the people in my city of Elgin are Hispanic. Many of them are immigrants. They make for a great community. We just had a beautiful festival with 10,000 people showing up. It's been a tradition in Elgin for a long time and one we're proud of. And he wanted me to make a point of telling me that they are changing the ordinances in Elgin so as to make those who are protected by DACA eligible to apply to be firefighters and policemen. The one for policemen has been on the books for a while. Now they've expanded it to firefighters. And they have a long line of people interested, immigrants who are prepared to risk their lives to keep their community safe. That, I think, is a great story of a great town, and I'm proud to represent them. But we cannot be proud of the tactics that are being used by ICE and by the Department of Homeland Security. If you're going after serious criminals, the worst of the worst, the litany that is often given by President Trump at his rallies, count me in. I'll be part of that. But to terrorize people in their homes, to make them afraid to go to church, afraid to go to the market, afraid to go to a restaurant, is not what this country is about. There's only one parallel in history that I can think of that has occurred in my lifetime, and that, of course, would be the internment of 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. It was a discriminatory policy in the midst of a war that took these people from their homes and their businesses and held them in camps scattered around the west of the United States. We look back on that years later and say that was a terrible mistake. That is not what America is all about. I was a member of the House of Representatives when the United States government under President Clinton issued a formal apology to Japanese Americans for that policy. Sadly, we are building up another occurrence in the United States with the actions of ICE and Department of Homeland Security when it comes to Hispanic Americans. Profiling is part of the process, and it's a disgrace that it is. That is the reality of what we face in Chicago, and that's the reality of what they're going to face in other states to come. It is time for not only the clergy to speak up, but people who care to speak up, who believe in human life and the value of it, and believe that people need to be treated with respect. Mr. President, on an unrelated issue, over the weekend we witnessed another brutal Russian onslaught against Ukraine, a scene brazenly repeated after overtures made to Russian President Putin to end the war. I do not begrudge President Trump for trying to engage with Putin. I've met with my fair share of autocrats in my political career. But Putin is not serious about negotiating into the war in Ukraine. He is not driven by real estate or personal financial motivations, but by deep personal grievances and twisted readings of history and nostalgia for the Soviet Empire. So much so that Putin has been willing to slaughter thousands of innocent Ukrainians, kidnap children, send more than 1 million Russians to become war casualties in pursuit of this myopia. And we should also be under no illusion that this is just a Russian assault on Ukraine. It is an assault against the United States values, and it's an assault against NATO and its allies. Last week again, Russia entered NATO airspace, this time in Lithuania. The move followed years of increasingly provocative Russian incursions, and Russian planes have entered the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone at least 9 times this year. I welcome President Trump's recent decision to tighten sanctions on Russia. He can and should take further steps to increase military and economic pressure on Putin. And we in Congress should finally pass sanctions legislation, which has 80 co-sponsors of both political parties, and we should do it soon. Mr. President, on an unrelated topic, today my constituents in Illinois will begin to receive letters from health insurance companies outlining the prices for next year's health insurance premiums. For many Illinois families, these letters will inform them that their premium costs will double. Do you want to know why we're in a government shutdown? It's because of that letter that's being sent around by insurance companies to residents of Illinois and many other states this week. They're going to learn, unfortunately, that the cost of their health insurance in many instances is going to double, $1,000 or more, each one of these recipients, all because congressional Republicans have chosen to allow the Affordable Care Act's enhanced tax credits to expire. These credits have helped millions of people in every state, but the Republicans want to get rid of them. They want American families to have to pay more for health insurance. Last week, I sent a letter to the health insurance companies in Illinois asking them what it will mean to lose these tax benefits. Major health insurers like Blue Cross Blue Shield and United told me that expiration of these tax credits will be a disaster. In Illinois, these tax credits lower premiums by an average of more than $500 a month, $6,000 a year. Families that are trying to struggle to pay electric utility bills, struggle to pay grocery expenses, now face up to $6,000 a year more for the same health insurance they enjoyed this year. When Illinoisans go online on getcovered.illinois.gov today to check their health insurance premiums for next year, they're going to see two devastating things. First, nearly 400,000 Illinoisans will have to grapple with the reality that they may no longer receive the premium assistance they had received this year. These losses could reach hundreds to thousands of dollars a month, depending on the family size. Second, they'll see that across our state, health insurance premiums are going up approximately 30% next year, fueled by these expiring tax credits from the big, beautiful Trump budget bill. It's a double hit: loss of the enhanced tax credits and underlying costs skyrocketing, all because the Republicans in Congress refuse to sit down with us now, and fix this problem. Listen to what Melanie from Elmhurst shared with me. She said, quote, "I receive a $379 monthly tax credit. Without the tax credit, my insurance is unaffordable, plain and simple." She's not alone. She's one of 100,000 people in my state and more than 4 million nationwide who stand to lose their health coverage because of this Republican decision. Democrats tried to address the expiration of these credits earlier this year, but the Republicans have refused to cooperate. Now is the time to get it done. For families who are Republican, Democrat, Independent, whether they vote or not, they should have access to health insurance. If you're looking for leadership from the White House, we have to hope that the president will return from his trip and take up this cause, and hope that the House of Representatives will actually come to the Capitol for the first time in 4 or 5 weeks. Their presence is long overdue. I yield the floor.
Scott.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, we are in day 27 of a government shutdown. 27 days where the government is shut down. And yet we're here, you're presiding, we have pages on the floor, there are people in the gallery, there are people coming and going. We've got Capitol Hill police that are in the area, and it just kind of feels like business as usual. We're going to have committee hearings this week. We're going to be voting on judges and some CRAs, and it just kind of feels like business as usual. And yet it is so not business as usual. We're pretending that everything is okay. We're pretending that people are not being impacted by this shutdown. I'm looking at the people that are here recording this, that will be working to process this vote. None of them are getting paid. The Capitol Hill police that I visit with on a daily basis, outside and inside, are not getting paid, and they share with me that, well, I still had to drive in. I've got a 40-minute drive to get here, so I've got to fill up my car. I have kids at home that are young kids, and so they go to child care. This is the Capitol Hill police officer saying, and he says, and so I still have to pay the child care provider, even though I have to come in and I'm not getting work, so my expenses are not going away. And yet every single one of them says, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I've signed up for this. This is my mission, and I will be here. And they're proud to be here. But what is wrong is that their families are stressed. I was talking with one Capitol Hill police officer on Thursday of last week, and he says, every day I go home and my wife says, so did they open it up? Are we going to be paid? And he said, and I tell her, nope, no progress today. And so we're starting to feel that, because people who would otherwise just be saying, I signed up for this, I'm not going to complain, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. But we're starting to feel this in real time. And it's having an impact not only financially, but I fear from a mental health perspective. We had a call come in actually today. And this is a person who was calling from Fairbanks, and she says, it's getting chilly in Fairbanks. I woke up to a bill for heating oil of nearly $2,500. Normally, this wouldn't be that big of a problem for me, but I'm a federal employee. I love my job, but it's been very frustrating to have constant threats of shutdowns and rifts looming over my head. I work hard. I'm so tired of being labeled as one who's not working hard. I'd first like to propose that Congress doesn't get paid while we aren't getting paid, and maybe take fewer long weekends. Well, I would let her know that for many of us, I don't know about the occupant of the chair, but for many of us, we have deferred our pay. It's not right that our staffs should not get paid, and yet we get paid. But she raises a good point. She says, maybe we in Congress should take fewer long weekends. I think she's right. We left here Thursday afternoon. Members are just now coming back. We'll have our first vote here at 5:30. And in the meantime, people have done important stuff. We have important jobs. We go home. We do important things. And maybe we are able to carve out a little time to be with our families as well, and try to have some of that balance. But for some, they still had to come in this weekend. Some of those Capitol Hill police officers still had to come in this weekend to keep this place moving. Some of the folks who are here to provide services to the building still had to come in this weekend, and they weren't getting paid. And so I think the suggestion about us maybe taking fewer long weekends is something not only that we should consider, but I'm going to challenge this body. I got a long commute home, folks. And I'm not begrudging that, but I don't think that we should be going home and just behaving as if this was another week in the United States Senate. Not when we have a government shutdown. There is so much that is coming at us like a freight train. Little kids are excited because Friday is going to be Halloween. Well, let me tell you, the scary costumes on Halloween night are not going to be the scariest things. It's going to be what is delivered, what's left on the doorstep the next morning, November 1st. When it then becomes officially official, SNAP payments will not be processed, will not be available for the many, 66,000 in Alaska who rely on those food benefits. The WIC payments to the women, infants, and children's, those too will be impacted. It is a reality for us that we are seeing an impact across our society in ways that are not only scary, but overwhelming for some. We had a pretty tough week and a half with a major disaster. Thank you to the president for declaring that presidential disaster following ex-typhoon Halong. But I can tell you that those who are reliant on SNAP benefits are increasingly stressed because of what they have just gone through with displacement within their homes. And now it's across the whole state. And our food banks are stressed. We were stressed going into the beginning of winter already. We keep in close touch with our food banks. But what I'm hearing is that we are already seeing the lines at the food bank growing longer. And what is hard to see is to know how many military families are part of those lines now. Madam President, this is simply not right. And we may or may not have what we call rifle shot votes this week that will. Maybe we will take up again the bill that would pay all the federal workers. Maybe there will be a way that the military, who has been paid up until the end of this month, that we will be able to make that next pay increment. I certainly hope so. And not just our military, but our U.S. Coast Guard and those that are in law enforcement. Maybe there's going to be a vote that would allow us to pay our U.S. Capitol Police. I've signed on to that bipartisan measure. Maybe there's going to be a vote for us to pay out the SNAP benefits. I've signed on to that legislation as well. Maybe, but maybe not. And again, if we do take the rifle shot approach, who else are we leaving behind? What have we done for the men and women who are making sure that when we go through those airports, you've gone through the TSA, what have we done to make sure that our air traffic controllers that are keeping us safe in the skies, that their wives aren't yelling at them at the end of a long, stressful day and saying, when is this going to end? So we have got to figure this out. And I know that we have our positions. And if people don't know what the Republican positions are and the Democrat positions are, they haven't been listening to this discussion for the past 27 days. We know what it is. We have got to come together, which means we've got to talk to one another. And it can't be about Republicans winning and Democrats losing, or Democrats winning and Republicans losing, because right now, those that are losing are the American people. Those who are calling us up and saying, Social Security hasn't released her survivor's benefits after her husband's death. The inquiry is placed on hold. Sorry, you're just going to have to wait. A fellow in Petersburg was told that his telehealth appointment with his cardiologist was canceled because of the lapse in authorization of telehealth benefits. And so they basically said, if you want to keep this appointment, you're going to have to fly to Seattle. Those of you that know Alaska know that Petersburg and Seattle are not connected by a road, and it's not cheap. A couple in Anchorage said that they've been waiting on an approval from the FDA on a compassionate use exception for a medication to treat stage 4 ovarian cancer. And now they're told, just hold on, government's not operational right now. We have a lot in our maritime community, and in order for them to be lawfully out on the water, they need to have license renewed through the new merchant mariner credentialing. That's on hold. We've got a housing situation in Sitka, and we've got an Army Corps permit for the Housing Authority that has been delayed. We can't figure that one out. We're talking to people who have been trying to get an SBA loan, a local business owner in downtown, the school district in Sleep Mute. They've been waiting to get the impact aid emergency construction dollars so that they can repair this roof that is literally falling down on top of the kids in the back of the school there. And, they're told, well, there's nobody here to take your call. There's nobody here to take your call because the government is not open. So for those who think that this is not that big of a deal, they need to start asking people, not only people who are federal employees, not only people who are SNAP recipients. They need to be asking people about just some of the day-to-day matter-of-fact things that happen when you have a small business or you're trying to get your fishing vessel out in the water. Real Alaskans are being impacted, and real Alabamians are being impacted. Americans are being impacted when we don't do our job. And maybe this idea of we don't go home this weekend until we resolve this, maybe it doesn't work. Maybe we just look at one another and say, I'm not even going to talk to you. Maybe we just continue on with multiple rounds of the same vote that we've been taking for the past 27 days and see if we get a different result. Now, some say that's the definition of insanity. I don't know. But what I do know is that when we leave and we assume that things are fine, or we send that message that things are fine because we've just gone home and it's just business as usual here, then people whose lives are really being impacted right now, they think we don't get it. We do get it. We need to act to end the shutdown. And I'm going to call on all of my colleagues to stay here until we get it done. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, the name Hezbollah has become increasingly familiar in recent years to Americans as one of Iran's main proxy groups committed to the destruction of Israel and even the United States. Beyond the horrific bombings of the U.S. Embassy Marines barracks in Beirut, Lebanon in the 80s, many of us now associate the name with Iran, of course, which has been the principal supporter, financial supporter of Hezbollah to the tune of 70 to 90% of its budget. In return, Hezbollah acts as one of Iran's proxies in the so-called axis of resistance. We all know that Hezbollah is one of the leading terror groups in the Middle East, responsible for numerous violent attacks over the past several decades. But lesser known is their influence in the Americas, specifically in Latin America. Perhaps lesser known is the broad extent of Hezbollah's activities in the Western Hemisphere, which includes illicit drug trafficking and other criminal enterprises. Hezbollah uses these activities to generate cash to help finance terrorism back home in the Middle East. So while many in the West are focused on Iran's proxy terrorism around the world, we cannot afford to ignore our own backyard. Last week, I chaired a hearing for the Senate Caucus on International Narcotics Control to examine the role that terrorist networks have played in creating the drug crisis that we face here in the United States, which has taken hundreds of thousands of lives over recent years. In this hearing, expert witnesses testified about Hezbollah's activities in Central America and in South America, and how they've strengthened drug cartels and other criminal organizations that are actively trafficking drugs into our country across the southern border. This illicit drug trafficking in Latin America is one of Hezbollah's primary sources of income, used to finance terrorism, as I said earlier. As we learned at the hearing, now more than ever, Hezbollah will be looking to increase its cash flow and revenue from drug trafficking and other illegal activities in Latin America as they seek to rebuild from Israel's impressive campaign to rid the world of this terrorist threat. We learned that Hezbollah takes advantage of free trade zones in Central America where they can carry out their illegal operations under minimal law enforcement and oversight. And then there's the tri-border region between Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, long known to be a hotbed of terrorist financing, because it has a minimal law enforcement footprint and is a hub for commerce, and it is a black market for all sorts of illicit activities, from drug trafficking to arms trafficking to identity theft and even real estate schemes. Hezbollah, when it comes to its fundraising, like many criminal organizations, is commodity agnostic, meaning they'll do anything for money. The border of these three countries, known as the tri-border region, is isolated and hard to monitor, making it possible for easy transit between them. It boasts a robust network of roads that connect the area to major cities as well as international airports. These attributes, paired with high levels of corruption and lack of good governance, create the perfect petri dish for both illicit and licit trade to flourish. It was in this region in 2008 where the U.S. Operation Titan arrested upwards of 130 suspects and seized roughly $23 million associated with the joint operation between Hezbollah and Colombian cartels that were engaged in cocaine smuggling and money laundering. This operation uncovered about 700,000 wiretapped conversations revealing drug cartels' association with working hand in glove with Hezbollah. 700,000 wiretapped conversations tying these drug cartels to this terrorist organization. For example, one key cartel leader was known as Taliban and given permission to freely import drugs and launder cash into Lebanon in exchange for a 12% tax on his proceeds paid to Hezbollah. Hezbollah's operations extend to other free trade zones like the Margarita Islands in Venezuela and Macau in Colombia. It was in Macau where Ali Mohammed Saleh, a designated Hezbollah facilitator, led a support cell that raised money for the broader Hezbollah network. His activities included transporting money from Colombia to Hezbollah in Lebanon through Venezuela. The Venezuelan government has openly embraced this illicit commerce and these criminal organizations. At last week's hearing, one of our witnesses described the regime of President Maduro as, quote, a key enabler of Hezbollah's malign activity in the Western Hemisphere. From providing passports to Hezbollah operatives, allowing them to travel more freely, to creating transportation pipelines to intelligence collaboration, Venezuela has developed a partnership with Iran and Hezbollah, allowing them to finance their terror operations around the world while they engage in illicit money laundering and transportation of drugs and other illegal activities in the Americas. The U.S. Treasury Department has uncovered key evidence that the Maduro regime and Iran are collaborating at the state level. For example, in 2020, Adel El Zabayar, a former Venezuelan official and political ally of Nicolas Maduro, was indicted in the Southern District of New York for facilitating cocaine and weapons trafficking between his own government and Hezbollah. A Venezuelan businessman was also found to have provided resources to Hezbollah, including ideological and military training and networks for illicit trafficking for drugs and weapons. Notwithstanding the impressive work of the UN's intelligence community, Maduro has not exactly been secretive about who his friends and who his enemies are. In 2022, Maduro openly bragged about his exemplary relationship and increasing cooperation with Iran. In an interview, he said, "All of us who fight against colonialism, all of us who fight to decolonize our minds and our people are part of the axis of resistance that stands against the methods of the imperialists for imposing hegemony on the world." Now, if you didn't know that this was the president of Venezuela speaking, you might have mistaken the quote from a leader of Iran or some other state sponsor of terrorism. Or you might have mistaken it for one of America's elite universities or a slogan from one of the pro-Hamas clubs protesting on Columbia's campus, for example, last spring, who pride themselves in resisting Western colonialism. Well, obviously, they're all drinking the same Kool-Aid. In addition to aiding and abetting Hezbollah, Maduro has been criminally indicted based on his leadership of the Cartel of the Suns, probably one of the least known cartels. Better known are the Mexican cartels. But Cartel of the Suns is actually headed up by Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela. And it includes a network of Venezuelan military officials, including the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Bolivarian National Guard. Named for the insignias in the Venezuelan military officials' uniforms, the Cartel of the Suns, or the Cartel de los Soles, is involved in everything from gasoline smuggling to illegal mining, drug trafficking, and a whole raft of other illegal activities in Central and South and North America. The U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned the Cartel of the Suns this past July for its material support of Tren de Aragua and the Sinaloa cartel and their illegal drug and criminal activity here in the United States. This gives you an idea of how interconnected these networks are that seek to undermine our country and to threaten our people, but not just in America, but also our friends and allies in Central and South America. This is a network that chants threat to Israel, death to Israel, and also chants death to America. We've known for a long time that much of the fentanyl trafficked through our southern border was manufactured using Chinese precursor chemicals. We also know that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have been working in concert for a long time to undermine the West. So it's no surprise that Maduro's despotic regime in Venezuela aspires to join that list as part of the axis of resistance. We should not be shocked when our enemies work together. The crisis of drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other crime in the hands of international criminal networks that the Biden administration ignored at the southern border is another scheme that our enemies have devised to harm the United States. The Biden administration was asleep at the switch, and that's being kind, when it came to the threat of a porous southern border and their open border policies, allowing criminal networks, along with their poison, to be freely transported into the United States and take tens of thousands of lives, and help enrich our adversaries in Iran and Hezbollah. The deaths in America resulting from drug overdose and the violent crime that our people are suffering is not an accident. It's directly connected to this axis of resistance. And while it may be easy to think we can ignore these terrorists in the Middle East because, well, there's an ocean between us and them, the fact of the matter is there is not. They are operating right here in our own backyard. Iran's proxy terrorist operations have contributed to and profited from the instability and corruption in South America that has led to a mass migration crisis in South America and Mexico, which has flooded our southern border with unprecedented numbers of illegal crossings during the Biden administration. This phenomenon, paired with the strengthening of the criminal and drug cartel networks in Latin America, has led to much more criminal activity here in the United States, where street gangs distribute the drugs exported from these countries to America, to our border, then to be distributed across the United States to the detriment of the American people. So the reason this hearing was so important is because we need to connect the dots. We need to make sure we understand the nature of the threat to our way of life. And it's not just about over there, it is about right here in our backyard, that our enemies are collaborating and threatening the safety and security of the American people. Madam President, I yield the floor. I note the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
The senator from Iowa.
Calling the quorum be suspended.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come to the Senate today to address my recent oversight relating to our nation's federal courts and to share some of my recent findings. This month, I sent letters to a pair of federal judges regarding their suspected use of artificial intelligence in published court orders. The two judges issued orders that were wrought with serious, inexplicable errors that were of great concern to the litigants, to the public, and to me. One judge, sitting in the Southern District of Mississippi, issued an order that named plaintiffs and defendants who were not even parties to the case. It misquoted statutory text. It erroneously cited evidence that didn't exist in the record, and it referred to sworn declarations by people who had not appeared anywhere in the case. I've never seen or heard of anything like this from any federal court. The other judge, sitting in the District of New Jersey, issued an order with fake quotes and misstatements about case law. The order even falsely attributed quotations to the defendants that apparently were never made. Errors like I just described are unfathomable. Both judges' errors are obviously reckless and unacceptable, but in fact, it gets worse. When these flagrant mistakes were brought to the court's attention by counsel in the cases, both judges attempted to minimize their faults. One even referred to the errors as quote unquote clerical. Both judges removed their orders from the docket and the public record without even any explanation. This lack of transparency is breathtaking, and the judge's refusal to accept responsibility for the actions eroded public confidence in the competency and fairness of the federal judiciary. When litigants or their attorneys misuse artificial intelligence like this and file sloppy briefs with incorrect citations and falsehoods, they are rightly held accountable. Just recently, we've seen attorneys sanctioned, attorneys fined, removed from their cases, and even referred for professional discipline and disbarment for this kind of conduct. Well, that's how attorneys are handled when they misuse or do the wrong thing. In fact, in a case assigned to one of these judges, a magistrate judge publicly chastised a counsel for using artificial intelligence in a brief. Now, apparently, some judges think accountability runs only one way, but we all know they are wrong. As the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals recently explained, quote, the use of AI or other technology does not excuse carelessness or failure to follow professional standards, end of quote. That's true for every officer of a federal court, attorney, and judge alike. Now, to their credit, finally, These two judges responded to my letters and explained that they're taking measures to ensure that these instances never happen again. Each acknowledged that the errors in their orders arose from the misuse of artificial intelligence by staff in their chambers. One judge blamed a law student intern, and the other blamed a law clerk for generating the errors. This helps explain how it happened, but ultimately how it happened that way does not matter. A lawyer can't excuse an error-ridden brief by blaming a paralegal or junior associate. Attorneys' names go on their filings just as judges' names go on their orders. The judges issue orders in their own name that determine the rights of the parties before them. The buck stops at the judges. It's bad enough that the federal court order could misstate or pervert the law to the degree that we saw in these two judges, but I'm concerned that these now public blunders arose in cases represented by sophisticated parties who had the resources and the legal talent to push back and make sure that their clients got justice. So at the same time, through these errors that I've pointed out, we have to fear that people without resources, that if the same thing happened to an indigent party or a pro se litigant, the truth may never have come to light. I cannot and will not stand for that. All litigants are owed a fair shake in the court. Our federal courts must hold themselves to the highest of standards. Our Constitution depends on it. Justice requires it. Americans deserve better from their judges. Now, to be clear, I appreciate these two judges finally accepting responsibility for what went on in their jurisdiction. And I believe them when they say that they're deploying measures to prevent the same mistakes from happening again. But this should be a lesson, not just for these two judges, but for the entire bench and the bar. Artificial intelligence is a powerful and potentially dangerous resource, although it may have some role in preliminary legal research. It cannot and must not be a substitute for legal judgment. The Senate confirms federal judges. We don't confirm computer software to perform the duties mandated under Article 3. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm committed to safeguarding litigants' rights and ensuring that every party in federal court receives fair treatment and careful review by Article 3 judges. I call on every judge in America to make this issue seriously, or to take this issue seriously, and formalize measures to prevent the misuse of artificial intelligence in their chambers. I also call upon the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts and also the Judicial Conference to quickly develop decisive and meaningful guidance on the use of artificial intelligence by our judiciary. In the wake of my oversight, Judge Cronin in the Southern District of New York implemented a rule in his courtroom to ensure the accuracy of filings. he requires attorneys to disclose any artificial intelligence use and to certify that he or she, quote, personally reviewed the filings for accuracy, end of quote. I applaud him for taking this issue seriously, and I encourage other members of the bench to consider similar rules and to hold themselves to the same standard as they require of litigants in the court. I'm hopeful that these two unfortunate episodes by the two judges that I referred to will serve as a wake-up call across the federal judiciary. But if it isn't, I'm here today to give a warning. I'm watching. All of Congress is now watching. If this issue doesn't get fixed by the judiciary, we'll step in to protect the rights of the American litigants using powers available to Congress under the Constitution. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. after that.
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Ask unanimous consent to
Previously scheduled vote occur immediately.
that the previously scheduled vote occur immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Rebecca L. Tableson of Wisconsin, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Seventh Circuit.
The question is on the nomination.
Madam President,
The senator from Kentucky.
ask unanimous consent that we have the yeas and nays recorded. No? Just ask.
No, you see, just ask for the yeas.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Graham, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Marshall, McCormick, Paul, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Sorry. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
But now that it's dragging out, I will take the 7 days.
Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Padilla, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 46, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
The judiciary, Bill Lewis of Alabama, to be United States District Judge for the Middle District.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Young.
Yes.
Thank you.
He's been the president of the pediatric.
Mr. Banks. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Thank you. Collins. Mrs. Moody. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Me too.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Thank you. Yeah, I can. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Wicker. You're an aye. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. You're not? Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. I do, thank you.
Aye.
I got you. I got you.
Aye.
Thank you. I did. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Got you. Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
Good timing.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hoven, Husted, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, King, Lankford, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Peters, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Wyden. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Slotkin? No. Mr. Welch? No. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 58, the nays are 40. The nomination is agreed to. Confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a state of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions, which were submitted earlier today: S-Res 467, S-Res 468, S-Res 469.
Is there objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection, the Senate shall proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, October 28th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders to be reserved for their use later in the day, that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed on October 23rd ripen at 11:35 a.m. I further ask the Senate recess following the cloture vote on the Pratt nomination until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and at 2:20 p.m., if cloture is invoked, the Senate vote on confirmation of the Pratt nominations. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.